Yes, Davian. Tutorials actually won. Finally. Hey, everybody. Ugh. How are you doing? Hopefully fine. As you can see, this month art streams are gonna be a bit different. Finally, tutorials won in my Patreon voting, and people wanted to see tutorials this month. So, we are gonna be doing tutorials during these art streams where people can ask me questions and I can show how I do things. But since this is the first one, I was thinking that we are gonna do Photoshop basics today. And I do mean basics. Which means that this is pretty much for people who have never used a Photoshop or any other digital art program or have opened them a few first times and are a bit intimidated how they look. So we're gonna go through little things how to make using Photoshop and other digital art programs a bit less scary. And the idea is that these videos I wanna upload them to YouTube. So hey YouTube, if I got this there. But yeah. And yes, I decided to go with. At first, I wasn't gonna go with put any music on the background, but little Mario Paint music, I think is fine. And this time we are not gonna have a chat window during the stream because I want everybody to see everything I'm doing. So, let's get started. Go away and we turn on the screen. So, how do I scrape in Photoshop? Indeed. So yeah, we are at your own window screen. And what do you do first when you want to open your new art program? You go to Wacom tablet settings. No, seriously. Before you start doing any digital art, I highly recommend looking at your Wacom pen settings. Some people ask me if they should get a pen tablet or a Photoshop or any other art program first, and I personally say invest in a good pen tablet first, because those are really good and you can get art programs for free. So rather get a good pen tablet first and then consider getting a better digital art program once you are more comfortable with it. So yeah, the reason why I'm showing this is because my settings are the upper part of the pen is middle click and the lower part is right click. I don't remember what are the default settings, but these are what I use, and the right click one is important for one little quick shortcut in Photoshop. And that's why I wanted to show these. Then you can do your depending of your pen tablet, you can do your settings for these buttons. I have them disabled because my cats walk over these buttons all the time. You can customize the touch, then the pen, that was where we are, and the mapping. Mapping is important. If you have a double screen like I have made it so that pen tablet works only in first monitor, that is my drawing monitor, and I use normal mouse on both screens. But I think that's about it. You can customize your sensitivity and stuff like that, whatever you like. This is something I highly recommend doing first, so it feels nice. But yes, let's actually start the program. Well, I have it actually under here because starting Photoshop takes so long. I wouldn't want you guys to stare at this screen for a minute while it loads. So yeah, Photoshop versus other programs. Photoshop is definitely it's a art monster. You can do so many things with this program, but this downside, it's very expensive. So I definitely don't recommend this for your first program. Even though these days you can buy, Photoshop is cloud-based, meaning you buy a subscription for it. So maybe you want to try it for a month or not. But I would highly recommend using free art programs first, such as Fire Alpaca or GIMP, and try how you feel. GIMP and Fire Alpaca, I think, are diet Photoshops. They try to be similar to Photoshop, so they are good first tries. I've used them before, and I did like them. They felt nice. And then there's, of course, Sai, that I know is definitely... It's usually people online who do digital art usually use Photoshop or Sai. That's what I've noticed. You got Photoshop CS4, is that fine? CS4 is nice. I personally started with CS5, then used CS6 at job, and now I have CC. But yeah, CS4 should be fine. Some things might be a bit different, but generally should be fine. But yeah, anything you use, should use what you want. What I was saying. There's Sai, that is definitely more Photoshop, as its name says. It's not just art program. It is photo manipulation program. You can do so much things here, but it might not be the best when it comes to brushes or stuff like that. I've been using Photoshop over 10 years, so I can't switch to Sai or other programs. What was the other? Manga Studio. I think it has a new name now, but that's also one I see people using more and more now, and it's way less expensive than Photoshop. But yeah, I would recommend GIMP, Fire Alpaca, and generally any free art program you can find or wanna try. Yeah, thank you. Clip Studio Paint or Pro. That's what Manga Studio is these days called. I think that is meant for more comic making, as the name suggests. But yeah, we are gonna learn basics of Photoshop here. Most of the things I teach here should apply to other art programs too, but don't be surprised if you don't find them in your other program. But yeah, I have a little post-it note here about the stuff I want to talk about. So yeah, you start up your Photoshop. It would definitely more than likely not look like mine because I have edited some stuff, but it should be about the same. No matter it should be about the same, but it will more than likely differ depending on the version or your settings. So let's start the very, very basics. These buttons up here. Yes, here are how you open a new file or open your existing files. This is the button you always accidentally press when you don't want to. It opens the Photoshop bridge, which I'm still not absolutely sure what it does. Disclaimer, I may have used Photoshop over 10 years, but there's still so many stuff about this program I don't know. But the point of this stream is to get you started with Photoshop and show that it's not so scary looking as it might be. So most of the buttons here are grayed because we don't have a file open. Here's a funny little trick I learned recently. If you don't have any file open, just double click and it opens your latest folder automatically. That is funny. But we are gonna open a new file, or there's an open recent that shows 19 recent files you have used, and you can quickly open if you want to continue working. But we're gonna start at just a new one. In Photoshop CC, the new document opening file looks like this, and while it looks nice and shiny, I don't like it much. It loads way slower than the old one. But what can you do? There's recent, there's saved, where you can save your custom sizes if you do something, if you have a comic page size or something you want to use, you can save there. There's a photo, default Photoshop landscape, different, there's print, art and illustration, web, mobile, film and video. There's just lots of options to go with. So, yeah. But I personally just go with recent, and I always start with A4 size. And we click create, and it opens a canvas for you. How nice. But before we actually start drawing, let's continue with the buttons up here. And hello everybody who are coming here. To recap, we are having tutorial month, and today we are learning basics of Photoshop. And I do mean basics. We are learning how to open files at the moment. But no. But yeah, file, this is pretty self-explanatory. You open, create new files, open your old ones, open recents lets you open latest files, closing, save and save as. Save is that you save your progress. Now it's untitled, so we gotta save it as save as when it wants to ask you to choose the name and what format you want to save it. Once you have done that, you can just easily click save without creating a new file. Control S, Shift Control S. We're gonna get to hotkeys later, very soon. Next, I say. One thing there's also export, where you can bring or save your stuff in very specific ways. And one I wanna especially show is save for web, that you can find under the export. This is how you save GIF animations in Photoshop. This puzzled me a long time ago when I was trying to do a simple frame-by-frame animation in Photoshop, and I didn't know how to save it so it came out as an animation. This is how you do it. Save for web, and here are your settings. We can someday get closer to it, but that's about it. Generate, share. I have no idea what these things do. Scripts, import. This is how you can bring video files into Photoshop if you want to do something like that. I never really done that. Then there's of course print, if you want to print something out from your Photoshop. But yeah, very basic file tab. Then we move to edit. Now this is gonna get fun. Here is where you can do all the copy paste stuff, step forward, step backward. I never use these from here because I use the hotkeys or keyboard shortcuts. So yeah, I highly recommend learning these, and we are gonna learn them. Then, but you can do check spelling apparently from here. Even I'm learning something. But here's fill. You can fill your screen with patterns and stuff like that. This is the most important. Under edit, you can find brush, preset, and define pattern. This is where you can make your own brush and patterns. But more of that later. And then there's presets, remote connection, color settings. Yeah. We're not gonna do anything about them. But then we get to the most important part: keyboard shortcuts and preferences. This is definitely first things you wanna do in Photoshop. Open your keyboard shortcuts, and here you can custom them any way you want. Most of the settings are usually same in every art program. B is brush, E is eraser, I is eye tool, and Control C is, let me quickly, Control C is undo, and so on. But here is where you can learn what the key shortcuts are. They are under the same tabs as you can find here. Here's shortcuts for application menus, panel tools, and tools. Tools is usually what you want to check and edit. Here you can find all the tools you can find in Photoshop and edit the shortcut the way you want. One thing I personally recommend, and I have done, is that I've said comma and dot. What is that in English? These things as decrease and increase brush size. They are right next to you and easy to use to increase and decrease your brush size. And one sec, guys, I'm gonna do a little thing. I grabbed wrong window. I'm gonna zoom in a bit so you can see better. Okay, I hope that is better. Okay, so yeah, I personally recommend decrease brush size and increase brush size as comma and dot. So as you can see, when I have that, I can easily with the single brush or button holding the buttons, I can easily change the brush size very fast. These are on the keyboard, yes. And yes, as Alandria said, shortcuts make the difference. I used to always just choose everything on the side, but this makes it so much faster. And it can be a bit to learn at first, but it becomes a second nature once you do it enough. But yeah, this is where you can edit them. One other thing I have done is under select, I have, yes, expand and contract selection. I put them with Control E for expand and Control W for contract. This is because of my drawing style, which I'm gonna talk about more later. But yeah, this is where you edit your shortcuts to your liking. And you can even choose a set. So you can have multiple sets where certain keyboards happen. I have my own Tammy called here. Next one, still under Edit tablet, is your preferences. This is also very important. Here you can edit how Photoshop works. We're gonna go to General so we can see everything. General, you can change stuff here to your liking. Color picker, Windows, Adobe, and hot color picker, and image interpolation. This is important if you want to resize your work, but you can choose this setting when you do the image resizing. Then interface is where you can choose how your Photoshop looks. You can make it very dark. I have this second darkest setting. You can make it lighter gray. I mean, I'm gonna quickly show you. Yeah, as you can see, you can make your Photoshop lighter color or even white. I think this was the default Photoshop old Photoshop color. I personally prefer the darker because it's easier on the eye. But you can go with whatever you want. Here's even more. You can edit how you want. Text, language, font size, all the crazy stuff you want to do. Yeah, I think the white is very blinding. Generally, dark colors are easier on the eye, so you might want to consider switching to the darkest colors. I used to work on white Photoshop, but after using the darker one for so long, I can't see myself going back to this. Whoa. So yeah, that's interface. Definitely check what works for you the best. Then it's Workspace. There's some options you can do: auto show, hidden panels, open documents as tabs. I don't remember doing anything here. Then there's the tools, how your tools show if they are animated and stuff like that. I don't remember doing any settings here either. History log. Yeah, this is how you manage your save files. It's apparently turned off normally, so I don't bother with it. Then there's file handling. This is very important. Automatically save recovery information and you can edit for every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. So if you have an older computer that can't really handle stuff, this is definitely something you wanna cross so your files don't get lost. And then there's always save as to original folder file and blah blah blah. More settings you can look in better detail. Yes. And there's export, how you export files such as PNG, JPEG, GIF, and SVG, and how you want to export them. And yeah, this is very amazing. But again, I'm using CC, the latest Photoshop, so I'm not exactly sure if these all settings are in older versions. So. But yeah, how do you get to this window? This window was under edit, and there is preferences, and you can have all here, but I generally go to general tab, and there you have all the tabs. Where were we? We were in file handling. Yes. And yeah, export, and there's the performance. This is important. Here you can set how much memory your Photoshop uses from your computer. Mine is at 70%, so yeah. This is where you can choose how well your Photoshop handles on your computer. You can edit it depending how good your computer is. Now, here's an important selection for anyone who streams. I personally make it so that my OBS captures my full screen. That is why you can see my desktops or anything if I go online or use internet during the streams. But if you want your OBS or any other stream program to record only Photoshop, there is a chance that your files won't open, or you can see the files on the OBS or the streaming program. That is why, because, well, I don't know why, but it's because of this graphic processor. You have to uncheck it if you want your files to be seen normally if you use that mode. I'm not using the best word, but I hope you get what I mean. Because this is something that happened during when I was starting streaming. My files, people couldn't see the canvas on stream, so I did some digging and find out that it's because of this graphic processor. So turn that off and your canvas should open. What this means is that graphic processor makes it so that you can use it use certain actions. If you turn it off, generally it means you're gonna lose. Wait, I can do it. I thought you couldn't rotate if you undo it. Okay. Huh. Okay. I swear it didn't do that before. But yeah. That usually means that it's some things that may not work if you uncheck it, but it shouldn't be anything that makes it really hard. But there was a question. Can you still see images that you put on the side, for example? You mean like reference windows on stream? I'm not sure. I don't think they show if you make it so that the OBS is only capturing Photoshop. But yeah, it's usually the graphic processor that you gotta uncheck for it to make work. But if you're like me, who wants to make sure that everything works on Photoshop like I'm used to, you can just capture your window or your displayer. But yeah, that's probably for another time. Maybe if we do streaming tutorial, which I'm not qualified to do. But yeah. And yeah, then the best part, history stage. This is how many stages you can go back in history. Pretty much how many times you can press Shift Control Z. And how many stages, pretty much how many stages you can go back in your drawing and undo your doings. But I have it at 70, as you can see. But yeah, choose what you want. That is definitely a lifesaver. I highly recommend History tab to go along with this, but we're gonna get that to soon. So yeah, you can choose. You can go even 1000, as you can see, but that is gonna make it. Yeah. 69. But yeah. Then is there scratch disk? I have no idea what that is. Cursors. Oh yeah, this is how you can choose what your cursors like. You can make standard, that it looks like a brush, precise, so there's minimalistic graphics. I personally like the normal brush, so it's just a circle, then or a big one. You can see show crosshair, or show the crosshair only when painting, and then precise or standard. Yeah. Customize how you want them. Also, hit a little tip. If you suddenly notice that your... Let me show. If you suddenly notice that your brush cursor changes into smaller ones, that's because you have pressed caps lock. You guys have no idea how often I've pressed caps lock and being like, where's my brush? Where's my brush? So if that happens to you, that is why. Alright, let's get back to cursors. Then transparency and gamut. This is where you can choose what your files look like when there's no background. Let me show. Oh. This is how the canvas looks like when there's no background. There's this little grid. Grid here. You can choose how it looks. You can even choose your own colors. You can make it red, red, or how you want. Yeah. Grid colors. You can, for some reason, I like using the light here. I could actually consider going darker. Oh, actually, I think I'm gonna keep this one. Let's go with medium. Easier to see the white lines that I accidentally usually make. Then there's units and rulers. Here you can choose what units you use: pixels, inches, centimeters, millimeters, points, picas, percents, whatever you want. Print resolutions, screen resolutions, and so on and so on. Then the grids. Here is where you can choose the color of your grids. Grids are these little help lines you can pull and use to help you if you wanna know the exact spots of some things. Yeah, you can edit their color here. I'm gonna quickly make this light cream so it's a bit easier on the eye. Alright, let's get back. Where are we? Okay, here. Yeah, here you can choose the color and edit what they look like. And plugins. This is if you install any sort of plugins for Photoshop, because there are some. I personally haven't done that, so yeah. Type. Then here is settings for your text tools, and so on, so on. 3D! Photoshop has that these days. Yeah, I never use these ones. I don't do 3D thing on Photoshop, but if you do, you can edit them here. And technology preview. Enable multi-tone 3D printing. Oh, these are so advanced these days since 3D printing is a thing. Yeah, 3D. I think 3D became a thing in CS6. You can make 3D typography, for example, in here. And I remember when I was still in school and we did study 3D, we imported some 3D models to Photoshop, and yeah. I'm sorry, Oran, I don't think you can print your drawings in 3D Photoshop. You need to import a 3D model to Photoshop. Yeah, I wish. They aren't that smart yet. But yeah, that was the edit tab. Lots of stuff here. Oh, I almost forgot. Transform is under here. This is lifesaver in Photoshop. But we're gonna get to it later. The 3D modeling thing on Photoshop is a bit what? I've done it once, but it has been so long time, so I really can't help you guys with that. Yeah. Okay. Next one is layer. Most of this stuff, this is where you edit your layers. Most of this stuff you can do on the layer tab here, on the right or left, depending how you wanna edit your own interface. So we won't get into this. Oh, I skipped. Well, let's get layer first. So yeah, we're gonna get most of these when we move on to layers. Image. This tab is where you can choose what kind of mode your drawing canvas is. You can go grayscale, where you can do only black and white pictures, or other CMYK, lab colors, multicolors. By default, it is usually RGB, and then you can choose 8-bit, 16-bit, or 30-bit channel. Usually it's RGB on 8-bit. All right, let's see if there's a question. I'm using the Intuos Pro tablet and Photoshop CC, and for some reason, whenever I try to move my navigator just slightly, it snaps back. I never had this problem before. Does anyone have this solution? Solar Paint Dragon. I actually have the exactly same thing. I don't know how much your thing snaps back, but I've noticed that my brush, but when I try to select a color or do something, the selection snaps just a little bit back. I have no idea why that happens, and if there's a solution, I would like to hear too. And oops, yeah. Oops. Let's resize the window again so you guys can see a bit better. So where were we? Yes, image modes. Here you can choose your modes. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a driver problem or a Photoshop problem. But I haven't thought about searching for it. I don't know if there's anything yeah. It's a bit annoying, but you can live around it. Then there's adjustment settings. Here you can adjust brightness, contrast, level, curves, exposure, vibrance, hue, saturation, color balance, black and white, photo filter. This is all the fun stuff. Lots of fun stuff. They are also down here for quick access. I personally use them from here. Photoshop. Let me quickly resize again. A bit troublesome. Apologize. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, here are all the fun settings, how you can edit the colors and black and whiteness and stuff like that to make. Yes, I can show you examples with the adjustments later, or those are probably something I will teach next week. This week we are gonna get familiar with these settings, and we are gonna finish a simple drawing from start to finish. After the stream, I'm gonna ask you guys what you want me to teach next week. We can look into using certain settings and stuff like that. But yeah, there's auto tone, auto contrast, auto color. These are default settings that make that edit your drawing to put the perfect settings or perfect the most balanced settings. Here's image size. This is where you go after you have finished, or where I go after I finish my drawing, and then I resize the drawing, usually 30% smaller than its original size. This is the resample, is where you can choose the settings, how smooth or crisp or sharp the resizing is. Nearest neighbor is what you have to use if you want to resize pixel art, and you always have to go 50, or it preferably go always 50% smaller or 100% larger. But yeah, I usually use the cubic smooth gradients when I resize my art drawings into smaller. For comics, what page size do you recommend? There's definitely different sizes you can use. We can go... I'm definitely gonna talk about how I do my comics later this month. So, saving that for later. Then there's the canvas size. This is how you can make your canvas bigger or smaller the way you want. You can choose where the from what side of the canvas the resizing happens. It can happen from the middle, from the corners, from the sides, however you want. But there's a tool that pretty much does this exact same thing. Which I'm gonna teach you later. Actually, I'm gonna show it now. With C, you can use the crop tool. And that is pretty much, you can make your canvas any size you want, or cut away. I rarely use the canvas size, because crop tool is pretty much the exact same. But if you need precise size or settings, then use the canvas size. Yes, you can expand with crop. This is usually how I start my drawings. I always start with A4 paper, and then depending if I feel like I need more room, I use crop to make the canvas bigger, or if my drawing is smaller than I anticipated, I just crop it smaller. How do you make the image fill? Yeah, when you crop, it usually shows the transparent background. I use Control Backspace, and it fills the canvas with the color, the background color you have chosen. Usually I have white, so you can just easily crop. Nah, yay. Glad to hear I'm teaching you guys something. Many people saying that their minds are blown. Happy to show you guys some little tips and tricks. Okay. Yeah, Control Backspace. I'm pretty sure it's backspace above the back arrow above Enter. I still gotta apologize, guys. I'm Finnish, so if I say something silly or don't use the exact right words, that's because of it. And yes, Solar Paint Dragon, you are right. If you have the default background layer, it autofills with white. But yeah, you can use Control Backspace or Alt Backspace. I'm for some reason I'm so used to Control Alt, or just Control Backspace. But yeah, then there's the image rotation. There's one way to rotate your drawing, but this is how you how you rotate your canvas, so everything rotates or flips. You can rotate 180, 90 clockwise, counterclockwise, arbitrary, where you can, I think, yeah, you can choose your own numbers. And you can flip canvas horizontally or vertically. Here's another quick shortcut I would recommend doing, is flip canvas horizontally. Excuse me. I recommend setting some sort of shortcut for that, because I'm sure most artists know that one easy trick to check if there's anything wrong with your drawing is to flip the canvas. That this usually reveals if you have something you don't like about your drawing, or you notice that something is crooked or wrong. You can easily with one button flip the whole canvas. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. But little warning, the bigger your file canvas and file size becomes, the longer it takes to flip the canvas. So yeah. Trim, reveal all, I'm not actually sure what this does. Then there's duplicate, apply image, calculations, variables. I never use this. So yeah. But yeah, those are, I'd say, the most important things here. We already looked at the layers. Like I said, most of the stuff you can do here, you can do on the layer tab here. So we're not gonna look too detail. We're not gonna get into detail here. Next, this is type. This is where you can choose your text and type tool settings. Normally you won't need these unless you do comics in Photoshop. And even I who do them don't usually, I don't think I ever touch this. So yeah, but if you're into typography, I'm not, I suck at typography, then this might be interesting tab for you. Select. Okay, here is where you can edit your selection that you can do with wand tools or lasso tools. Here's where you can find the expand or contract your selection, select all, reselect all layers, stuff like that. Most like you can see, as you can see, most of these have quick selection of shortcuts. So shortcuts that you can use. I'm quickly gonna draw something here. Dun, 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 dun. And I'm gonna use lasso tool to quickly select it. Now I can see modify borders, smoothness, expand, contract, weather, stuff like that you can do. But I rarely use those here. But they are here if you need them. Now the fun part. This is where most Photoshop newbies have the most fun. Filters. This is where you get all those fancy Photoshop filters and lens flares and all the fun stuff here. We can quickly open a drawing of mine here. We can use this little drawing I used here, but here we can. There's a filter gallery where you can see preview of all the settings you can do. But you can find most of them here under these tabs. You can go to filter gallery. Look at all these. There's artistic. You can make, oh, how funny. And edit the settings. Oh, this actually looks funny. Cut out. Huh. I think you could actually do some stylized stuff with this. Dry brush, film grain, fresco, neon glow. Ooh, look at that. Look at this cheese. Paint daubs. All the fun stuff. Artistic brush strokes. Oh, look at all this fun. Distort. Ooh. Look at this. Ooh. You can have so much fun here, just exploring and seeing what kind of stuff you can do. A quick tip. The colors you have chosen for your background and foreground will affect what happens here. I have white and purple, so you can see this appears purple-white here. But if I choose, let's say, green and red, it appears red and green. So keep in mind what colors you have on your brushes when you go here, because it will affect what your result is. Then there's 3D. And there's blur, Gaussian blur, blur gallery. I think these are CC exclusive or C6. So don't be afraid if you don't find them in your older versions. Distort. Here you can find all sorts of zoom. Was it polar coordinates? Ooh, look at this. Fun stuff. I highly recommend just having fun here and testing all the funny stuff you can do. There's noise, pixelate, render. You can render these tasty Photoshop clouds. And as you can see here, it used the red and green I had here. So again, consider what colors you have on your brushes when you do filter stuff. Quick question, does this affect the whole image or just the current selected layer? Good question. It affects the layer. When I did this, I had the background or the full image here. And yes, John, you are right. That is the first step of making lightning. There's a little trick to make lightning with those clouds. But yeah, back to render clouds. Now, you don't have to have anything on the layer for the clouds to appear, but now it is in its own layer. Or I'm pretty sure you can have a selection and render, and then it appears only in the selected area. So yeah, you can select where it appears. Same with different cloud fibers. You can do. This is one easy way. I think I remember using this to make tree trunks. Yeah. This is a funny little trick. Have a black and white and render fibers and put the strength. They are kind of like speed lines from manga. This is how I did speed lines sometimes in my old comics. So yeah, be resourceful. You can get lost in all these funny things you can do here. And I highly, half of the fun and learning Photoshop is just messing around and having fun here. So I'm definitely gonna leave the filter tab for you guys to have fun and do what you want. And find a funny face to use them. Stylize. Then there's video. I think the video tab is the only one you really don't need to use. But one thing I do wanna here, this is for people who wanna make repeating patterns. Go to other, and here you can find offset. Oh yeah, you gotta have a layer that has something on it. This is where you can offset the image horizontally and vertically as much as you want. Hey, look at that. This picture is actually already repeating. It could work as a repeating pattern. But yeah, this is where people on Photoshop make patterns. Let's quickly do a little practice. I'm gonna do this horrible looking this. If I wanted to make this a repeating pattern, I would go to offset and move it around. And here you can see where the seam where it fails and doesn't seam. And these are the areas where you accept it and then you start fixing these little seams. Of course, I think this is impossible to make seamless, but that is how you find out if your patterns or pictures are seamless or not. So yeah, little trick there. Let's go back. I mean, that could be funny if I made it work. But yeah, filter tab is definitely the fun tab. There's even, where is it? There is the famous lens flare. So good. But yeah, fun times had. And you can browse filters online. It looks like I think these are official Photoshop Adobe filters that are definitely safe. I think I have never actually browsed for these. You can find I'm sure you can find definitely fun stuff here, so give it a try maybe. Again, I don't know if all of these are in older versions. I'm using CC. Must come handy for quick light source, huh? Probably if you want a visual light source for you. You can use lens flare if you do it if you are subtle with it. But if you leave it like with the default settings, that is usually an easy way to tell if somebody's a new Photoshop user. Then there is the 3D tab. We are not gonna do anything with this. Yeah, no. Okay, view tab. This is where you can choose how zoom in, zoom out happens, and so on. Screen mode. And this is where you can turn snapping on or off, guides, extras, I have extras and rulers shown. Rulers are these things around my canvas. When they are on, you can quickly grab these little helper rulers and drag them into your canvas. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And here you can choose snapping. This is when you have to do precise stuff, usually like logo stuff or stuff like that. But when you are doing hand drawing, you usually don't want this on. So, what is snapping? Actually, good question. Let me show you. I'm gonna turn this a bit darker so it's easier to see. Snapping happens if you have help rulers like these and you're drawing. Your brush tends to follow the guide easier, and even if your hand is a bit shaky, it doesn't go off the snap of the guides that easily. But it can be a bit annoying if you want to have full control. Like, see, I'm doing just freehand drawing here, and you can see where it snaps to the guide, and there's this little blah. Yeah. So that is true what Whipple says. You can hold Shift key to make straight lines. Hold Shift and your lines are perfect no matter what. And you can press between and do stuff like this. So yeah. But yeah, that is snapping. If you notice that your brush is doing stuff like that, you might have your snap setting on. So go and uncheck it here. It has default Shift Control and this thing. I don't know what is it in English. I don't even know what it is in Finnish. But you might have accidentally pressed it on. So yeah. That might be why. Then the another very important window is window. This is where you can choose what windows you have. I personally have color, as you can see here. Color, layers, absolutely, layers. And I personally have navigator. I find it very useful because most of the time when you do digital arting, cute little cat here, you are gonna be zoomed in like crazy here and get close to your drawings and do details. But when your canvas is huge and you don't want to zoom back, like takes so much time, I can grab the selection here on the navigator and quickly go to any part of the drawing without zooming out. And it's also a great thumbnail window. When I'm doing a big drawing, I usually look at the navigator window to see what the picture looks in smaller size. What resolution canvas size do you usually use? I always start with the Photoshop, the default A4. So it's pixel size is 2480 and 3508 and resolution is 300. Yeah, that is what Navigator does. I can imagine it's not for everyone, but I've learned to use it because this is such a quick way. You can also use space and you can grab your canvas and go like this. But when you have a huge picture and you want to go to in very specific detail and you're zoomed in like this and I need to look at the tail, you can easily use the navigator to get to the tail. Like that. And one reason I also like Navigator is if you have transformation tool active while you're working on your drawing, you can't use zoom in or zoom out, or you can't use zoom in or zoom out. Yeah, that doesn't work. But you can still zoom in with the navigator and choose move around. If you're like me and you use the control tool when you're too zoomed in and you're like, crap, now I can't go back. You can use the navigator to zoom out. So yeah, that is why I really like this setting. I have navigator up here, colors and layers. And I also have timeline here, but that is only when I do animations. So normally it's hidden down here. I can double click it and make it active, but yeah. Normally it's just there whenever I need it. But yeah, those are the open windows I always have open. You have other great ones too. Let's see, what other great ones too. Those I have down here on the side. Let's zoom. I don't know. There's 3D. Why do I have it here? Here's the information tab. I'm gonna zoom in a bit here, right like this. Yeah. So you can see a bit better the info. You can see all sorts of information about your drawing, like what is the RGBs and stuff like that. I usually don't bother with this. And there's a okay. Then there's the 3D. Why do I have it here? Adjustments. Yeah. There's some I don't use and I have no idea why they are here, but here are the important ones. Tool preset. Here I have some tool presets saved. My default brush that I always use. This tool preset, I'm still not exactly sure how tool presets differ from normal brushes. I think they have more settings saved on them, such as color and stuff like that. But yeah, this is important for me personally because I have some tool settings here that I like to use. I have this inker brush with this shade of purple, green, red, and pink, and kind of greenish. Then inker brush with flow with 20%, 40%, 70%. And then I have some others that came with the program, or I got from some other packs. But these are what these are what I have done myself, and this is one I bought and I really love. But then there's the brush preset. Here is when you can see all your brushes that you have downloaded or made. But I rarely use this tab because this is why I told you guys why I have right click on my mouse. When you have brush selected and you right click, you can open your brush preset and just quickly choose between your brushes here. I don't know if there's other button for it, but it's so easy to right click with your mouse when you're drawing and then quickly choose your brush that you want. How do you make the presets? We're gonna get to that in a second. And here is the fun tab. This is where you can edit your brushes. Here is so much stuff you can do with you. You can increase your size, the spacing. You can make it. You can make it different sizes. If you put more space and sizes, you can make a brush like that. You can make it scatter. You can apply textures, dual brushes, do color dynamics, transfers, brush poses. You can get lost in this place. I don't remember what is the default option for the button on your pen tool. I don't think it's right click. It might be right click, but I don't remember. But that is why I personally have right click put on the lower part of the button on my brush. But yeah, this is where you can easily get lost and have so much fun making your own custom brushes. Like here we made a brush that is dotty. We can apply some scattering. Whee! Yeah. But how do you make your own brush? I think we can learn that quickly. That is pretty easy. Open a new file, make a new layer, and just draw something. Or import, or yeah, we can make like I'm just doing random shapes here. Yeah, let's make a brush like this. Remove the background so you have only the shape. Then you go to your edit, and there you have define brush. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, but I'll resize the Photoshop so you guys can see. Okay. So you go to edit, and there is define brush pattern, and there you can save your brush. But it does something like this. We don't want this. No, we don't want this. This is where you go when you go here and you start messing around with the spacing and shape dynamics. This could actually make something interesting. You can make size scattering. You can make it scatter. We can edit the angle. Now we have a brush like this. Interesting. But yeah, that is how you make brushes and edit them. Quick tutorial. Yeah, it could work as a graffiti. I made an accidental graffiti. Yeah, and this could work as like as a fur. If we put transparency on it. And maybe if we add color dynamics, make it so that it picks foreground and background color. Let's choose a brownish and darkish brownish. I don't know what this is, but it's interesting. It could work as a texture brush. So yeah, you never know what you get, even with the craziest start shapes. Huh. I might actually play around with this brush myself and see what I can make. So yeah, mess around. Who knows what happens? Okay. But yeah, these three are the brush tabs, and you definitely want them. You can, again, you can find them here. Here's brush, and so on, so on. Tool preset. Then, history tab. Now, normally in Photoshop, if you press Ctrl-C only, you can look back from the one step behind, and then it goes back to what you did. This is for quickly looking like... I'm gonna do... Would this kitty look better with eyes, with like a spot here? And you can quickly... like this. But if you hold Shift Control C, no, I'm sorry, Control Alt C, you can go back multiple stages. And this is your history, the setting we looked at, the preferences. And you can, with one simple Control C, go back. But if you don't want to tire your finger buttons, you can go to history and just go here and go back at any state you had. And you can carefully choose what spot you want. I like this one, so we are gonna stay here. But be careful, immediately when you do something new, every new step that was ahead of it is gone. So yeah, be careful like with that. So yeah, I definitely recommend history, because if you don't wanna press Ctrl Alt C 1,000 times. This is libraries. I don't really use this one. Why do I have it here? I don't know. Typography. Here's quickly access to size, italic, bold, and stuff like that. Also, is the chat frozen? I'm really sorry, this happens every time in Picado. I'd really like it moving because if people are asking questions. No, or you guys are just quiet. Okay, just making sure. Okay, good. Ah, just quiet. You guys are nice students. Okay, I'm sure it's gonna glitch or freeze at some point. But yeah, typography, easy, quick access here. I like it having here because I do comics, so I can quickly bold or change settings. No, you don't get grades here. And then I personally have this styles tab here. Here I have saved a few favorite styles of mine, layer styles. I have stroke, black and white, linear dodge, glow, and light cream background. This is the style I have on this background here. Normally it would be white. But yeah, these are some fave settings I use most of the time, so they are here for a quick access. No, you don't have homework, only if you want to. And then properties, I don't use these either. So yeah, these are the windows and tabs I personally like to keep. You can make your own however you want. You can customize Photoshop pretty much however you like. You can move these around. You can have it floating next to you, so it's always on your canvas if you like. You can make it bigger, smaller, and so on. I personally like keeping it on this side. Whatever works for you. I also have channels and paths next to my layers, but I rarely use them. But usually they come there by default. I think you can also. What was it? Swatches. Yeah. If you like having limited palette, you can also have swatches next to your color. This could be an interesting challenge. Yeah, or you want to relive your paint days. Oh yeah, I think that's good to know if somebody wants to try something more limited. And yeah, next I think we can go to tools on this side. How do you make reference images show up? I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but if you mean that you have a picture saved on your computer and you open it on Photoshop, by default, they open in their own tabs up here. You can easily just drag them and they are in their own window right next to you, like this. Like if I have this amazing graffiti art here and I wanna redraw it, I can have it here as my reference next to me. If that's what you meant. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, you can just drag them out and back in as you want. You can even make it, you can make even dual screens like this. Triple. Yeah, you can have like 3. If this is how you want to work, fine, it works. But yeah, I mean, somebody could make this work. You can do all kind of stuff. Okay, let's go back to. Yeah, we were gonna look at the tools on this right side. This is the last thing we're gonna, or second to last thing we are gonna look at. There's your move tool. You can move stuff. Yay! Pretty simple. Quick tip, if the tool has a little arrow icon next to it, right-clicking it means that there's more tools hidden under it. So don't think all you see is all you got. So yeah, move tool. I don't usually use it because I personally like using transformation tool. That is Ctrl-T by default. There you can grab. Yes. Wait, what I'm talking about? I used move tool a lot. Here's one quick little thing I like to do with move tool. I have auto select on. If you are like me and you have like how many freaking layers and you want to quickly move on to, I'm working on this little dog on this other layer. Yay! And I'm like, I want to go move back to working on the cat. And I have how many freaking layers down here, and I'm like, what layer did I have that cat on? I select my moving tool and click the cat, and it because I have auto select and layer, it goes automatically to the layer where the cat is on. Because this is the lazy way to find layers. I can quickly move on to... I have stuff on many different layers. I can quickly just click them and move to the right layer. But be careful, because if you accidentally... it helps when you name your layer, it does. But if you're like me and you create a layer for one little detail and you do so many of them, you don't bother naming them. But yeah, as I was saying, be careful with the moving to auto select. You might accidentally click the background and oops, you start moving the background. So yeah, you might have to zoom in close to make sure you click the right layer. But yeah. But if you don't like the move tool is V by default. And goodbye anyone who has to leave. Like I said, I hope I can figure out how to upload these to YouTube so everybody can catch up with these later. But you can auto select, and I think it's by default it's not selected by auto select. And then you can choose if it chooses layer or groups. But yeah. Yeah, I do recommend... Oops, I don't want to delete the puppy. What layer are you on, puppy? You're on layer 7. No, I don't want to delete the kitty either. Okay, no, yeah. Another thing that move tool has is these... are these little alignment things. These are really nice. When I'm doing my little sketch and I notice that I've been drawing it a little bit on too much on the side, I can align it in the middle. You can do this by pressing Ctrl A, that is whole select. It selects the whole canvas. And then you go to the moving tool, and then there's this button here. And it's align horizontal center. And boop! It automatically moves the drawing to the middle of the canvas. You can also put it on the up, exactly middle, on the side, down. Yeah. This is extremely handy when you do geometrical art and stuff. And where's the pupper? We want to have the pupper and kitty align. So I have both pupper and kitty layers selected. I select the whole canvas. Oh no, it wasn't the whole canvas. I had the pupper and kitty line selected. And I can align them. Now they are exactly in the middle between each other. And I can move them both. This is a little trial and error most of the time, I've noticed. But if you are making some sort of interface art, UI mockups or stuff like that, this is extremely handy for making sure your drawings are exactly same distance from each other and stuff like that. So very nice. Perfectly aligned pupper. Indeed. But yeah, let's move on. That is the move tool. A tool that you don't usually think you would use, but it can be extremely handy if you use it the right way. Then there is the rectangular marquee tool, or elliptical marquee tool. These are just so you can do rectangular or elliptical English selections. You can go round or do round shapes or rectangular shapes. And same tip here as with the line art. If you hold shift, you can make perfect circles. And you can delete the selection or not. So yeah. I personally like using this when I make comic panels. I do the shape and then I right click inside the selection, and you can have some, again, you can have some select options. And what I like to use is stroke, and I can choose the width. I'm gonna go with 10 pixels, and voila, you have a nice little panel. There are other ways to do it, but that's how I like to do it. But I'm getting sidetracked. That's the marquee tool. Right under it is the oh yeah. By default, M is the shortcut for these tools. Under it is the lasso tool, and as you could guess, it's L is the quick selection for or shortcut for the lasso tool. With lasso tool, you can do any kind of selection you want. You can do whatever shape you want, and so on and so on. And you can choose the weather. Like I have 0, so it's gonna be, when I choose something, it's gonna be pixel perfect. As you can see, it's very sharp when I cut something. If I had some weather here, let's say 50, and I delete, you can see it's more gradient selection. It's not as sharp. So if you need something like that, good. If not, you can choose the size. I personally usually use 0 because I want really crisp cuts and selections. Yes, that is what weather does. And you can have anti-alias on or on. If your anti-alias is on, I think this is even with the 0 weather. Yes, as you can see, there's just a bit little gradient here. But if you turn off the anti-aliasing, I gotta make the selection. It's pretty much pixel perfect. You don't want any anti-aliasing when you do pixel art. Definitely not. No way. But with normal digital art, you can have it on or off. Looks like I've kept it off. Then there's, what is this? New selection, add to selection, subtract from selection, and stuff like this. I don't exactly remember what this does, but I just keep new selection. Oh yeah. If you selected something and you want to add more to it, hold shift and you can add selection, and they don't even have to be connected. You can just do like this. If you selected too much and you wanna remove, what was it? It was Alt. Press Alt and you have minus next to your lasso, and you can remove any of your selections. So yeah, that is how lasso tool works. Then there's polygonal lasso tool. This is if you want very sharp selections. I usually use this to make like spikes like these on speech bubbles, I select and then fill the selection with white color. So yeah. Also, quick Control D is undo your selection. If you accidentally select something and you're like, I don't wanna, and it's messing you, like you can see you can't draw outside of the selection, it only appears here. So if you have accidentally like used the wand tool in one little pixel and you are trying to draw somewhere here and like, why isn't anything appearing? Try Control D, because you might have a selection somewhere. Active somewhere, so. Whoa, I didn't mean to save. Or save. But yeah, that's about the basics about selection tools. Except there's the wand tool, my personal favorite when it comes to coloring. And again, is the chat frozen this time? Or... No, you're just quiet, just listening so nicely. We're gonna move on to wand tool. That is my personal favorite when it comes to coloring. Wand tool is some sort of is also a selection tool, magic wand, but unlike the lasso tool or that, is that it works so that it selects on its own depending your settings. It usually, if you press it, the selection fills everything it can find. And let's say I'm gonna draw a little circle here, and I'm gonna use the wand tool inside of it. It stops around on the circle here. And I can easily fill it with a color or something. But that's pretty much how it works. And if I click outside of the circle, it selects everything that it can, but not inside the circle. Now, the way I like doing coloring is that I usually, once I'm done with my line art, I select outside the lines, invert my selection, contract my selection by 1 and fill it in. Now I have a base color everywhere, pretty much. But I'm getting sidetracked. It's so much stuff I want to talk about and getting ahead of myself. But yeah, that is one tool. And yes, this is Tutor Tammy's class. We are going through basics of Photoshop. One tool. Again, you can choose anti-alias, your tolerance. Tolerance is, again, I don't know how to really explain it, but the lower it is, the more anti-aliasing pixels it leaves. Or let's say I have a really soft lining like this here. Since my tolerance is only 10, the wand tool selection is still able to stay inside of this circle. But if I made it bigger, let's say 100, yeah, it goes through. Let's see 50. 50, yeah, 50 still goes through. How about 30? It's still able to stay inside with 30, but as you can see, it's already going a bit inside of the lines. So yeah. Tolerance is tolerance is how much softer pixels the selection eats, I would say. I have it at 10, so it doesn't. 10 is usually a good size, meaning that it, as you can see, it selects these very light pixels, but it's still, you can still do pretty thin and light lines. And then you can click anti-aliasing on or off. I definitely I definitely recommend having anti-aliasing on if you wanna use wand tool like I do, because without if anti-aliasing is not on, you are gonna get lines like this, and this looks so bad. No, you don't want this. No, you don't. So yeah, it's a bit better now. Not perfect, but a bit better. So have that anti-aliasing on. Then there's contiguous, I don't know how to pronounce it, tab here. If you have that selected, it means that the wand tool stays inside it searches for that one color you click and tries to find, but stays in the boundaries. If you have that unchecked, it selects everything, no matter where it is on the canvas, that it's same color as it is. Like here I chose black, and it found some black here on the dog too. So usually I have that on because I want to work on specific area. But if I'm like, I want to change every green part of this drawing to like red, then I use this for quick selection. And then there's sample all layers. As you can see, when I clicked the black, it found when I had the contiguous off and I clicked black and I had sample all layers on, it also found the black on the dog. But if I have that off, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can only work on the layer you are on. It doesn't find the selection on other layers. So yeah, edit this for your liking. Oh boy. Then there's the crop tool. It doesn't have any hidden things under it. The shortcut key for it is C, and as I showed you earlier, you can use it to make your canvas bigger or smaller, any way you want. Very handy. Then there's the eyedropper tool. This is how if you want to pick up colors you're already used. Very simple. Just press I is the default shortcut, and you can choose color from anywhere on the canvas. Again, you can choose all layers, current and below, blah blah blah. I personally have all layers, so I don't have to care at all where I press. That's pretty much it. Then there's color sampler tool. I don't think I've ever used this one, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Then there's the brush. Very simple. Just B for brush. And yay! Right click for the brush selection. And I had the comma and dot to increase and decrease. But yeah, but they're up here. You can choose the mode, how your brush acts. It's by default it's on normal, but you can have darken, multiply, color burn, overlay, vivid light. Yeah, you can have the exact same settings for your brush as you can have on your layer. So that can be very fun. You can edit your brush's opacity. What is this? Pressure. Or you can turn on the you can turn on the pressure for opacity. Like this. Now this means that the softer I press, the lighter the tone is, and so on. Then there's the flow. This flow is kind of like the pressure, but yeah. I think it's more seeable in yeah, here you can see the flow makes the more lines like this if I compare it to this. Yeah. But yeah, that's the brush. Then there's, what are you? Pencil tool. Wanna really recap your memories of paint? Here's the same pen tool you had in paint. Have fun. No anti-aliasing. Nothing. But this is good. This is what you wanna use if you wanna do pixel art. Just use the smallest 1 pixel size and zoom in like crazy and start doing pixel art. I don't know what that was, but yeah. That's how you do. That's how you find the pixel, how to do pixels. Obviously have a smaller canvas. Okay, what are you? Color replacement tool. I've never used this one. Mixer brush tool. There's still a stamp tool. Pattern stamp tool. This is fun. This is fun. With stamp tool, you can copy stuff. Press Alt, select, and now when I draw, it copies the pattern here, apparently. It's a bit different than the normal stamp tool, actually. How do you work? A clone stamp tool, this is what I was looking for, yeah. Have your clone stamps tool, choose the area with Alt, and keep pressing brush for some reason, and start drawing. It copies from that selection. So yeah, it can be fun, but don't overdo it. It copies copies from the area where you set the stamp tool. It can be fun, but don't usually use it. Then what are you? History brush tool. I've never used these ones either. What do you do? It does. I am not exactly what it does, so we're gonna skip that. Then, of course, eraser. E. It just works as you could imagine. Yeah, it's good. The stamp tool is good for repeated elements, like in backgrounds, like buildings, trees, and stuff like that. I'm just so old school that I use copy paste. So, but yeah, that's definitely, if you can make it unnoticeable, you can use stamp tool for making repeating background elements like that. Yeah, that's one good reason. But yeah, eraser. You have a normal eraser, background eraser, and magic eraser tool. I would assume. I have no idea how this works, so I just use the normal one. I don't use stamp to color edges of my drawings. I've never used stamp in any of my drawings as far as I can remember. But like Whipple said, it can be a fun and useful tool for backgrounds. Like I said, I'm usually so old school that I go with copy pasting. But eraser, it works exactly like brush. Even here in mode, you can choose brush, pencil, or block. You can choose pencil if you want it to erase like the pencil tool. This is definitely a setting you gotta turn on when you do pixel art, so you don't have anti-aliasing eraser. But yeah, brush, same thing. You can edit opacity, make it pressure, flow, anything. It's pretty much brush, except it erases. Gradient, my favorite, one of my favorite. And under the gradient is the infamous bucket tool. I mean, bucket tool has I think it has a bad reputation for its bad reputation. It is a bit overblown. It's not as bad as people make it sound. You gotta know how to use it, and you can make it work. You can obviously it works as a quick coloring tool. Just like the wand selection, you can have a tolerance, meaning this is how I used the bucket tool back in the day. That I made my tolerance about 31, and this way you wouldn't have those pesky white edges. Well, it still has here. Ooh, that looks so bad. No. Let's see if I can. If I put the tolerance, let's say 50. But yeah, then it goes through the lines. So bucket tool can be a bit hard to use. But yeah, now that I have anti-aliasing on, it kind of works. Yeah. But the nice trick about bucket is that you can combine the wand tool selection and bucket. Voila! Now it fills the selection you had with the wand. You don't even have to. I thought you didn't even have to press inside the selection. But yeah, it's a good idea to mix wand tool and bucket. But the reason I don't personally use bucket at all is that you can use Alt backspace to do exactly the same thing. Alt backspace or Control backspace is pretty much bucket tool. It's automatic fill. It can fill the whole canvas or the selection you have. But yeah, if you want to use bucket tool, go for it. I personally have gradient tool always open. Now gradient tool is a fun tool. You can make little gradients. You can make them like this. You can make them round shaped. You can do this funny little thing. You can make lines like this, or you can make star. But this is only if you have transparent gradient. Now you can click the little arrow next to it. You can fill the arrow next to it, or click the arrow next to it, and you have some default gradient settings. But the most two important, I can see everybody using the most is the color to transparent or background to, or the front color to background color. Now that if I do it, I have the background and front color used here, and it fills everything. And also the quick tip I forgot to say, if you press X, you can switch between your background and front color. This is saves so much time when coloring, because I can choose two colors that I know I'm gonna be using quickly, and I can quickly switch between them on the fly. So yeah. But yeah, that's how gradient works. Again, you can choose the mode, how it appears, opacity, reverse, jitter, transparency. Yeah, lots of settings. And then there are some default, like the infamous Photoshop rainbow. Have you ever thought about recording these streams? Yes, I record every stream I do, and these ones are recorded, and I am gonna upload them to YouTube. So if you missed the start or can't stay here or miss the stream completely, you might be watching them on YouTube right now. Hello. But the reason I haven't uploaded my previous art streams is because I play so much music during them that I'm not sure if I don't know. Maybe I could upload them and just. I mean, I have no plans to monetize my videos anyway. So yeah. But yeah, you have the background, foreground, and background color, and foreground to transparent, and then black and white, and some default. But what if you want to make your own? Well, double click and you get to gradient editor. Here you can choose your own colors. Ooh, and you can put multiple tabs and do as many as you want. Look at that ugly color. And then you can even choose the opacity. Like, let's make this a bit transparent. Yeah, now we have a gradient like this. Ooh, how nice. And if you happen to make something that you actually... Yeah, the upper the arrow thingy here is the opacity, and the down one is the color. So yeah, and you can make... I mean, I could make like a opacity that is 100 here, and one that is like here. Okay. And now it's like that. It's more little transparent on the start and end, but full in the middle. So yeah, you can get so lost in these two. And if you happen to make something you like, you can save it here. You can click save. Well, save is that it saves it on your computer, and you can send it to your friend. But click new, and it's saved on there. Yay! You can also, if you right click, then you can rename it or delete it. Or delete them. Yeah. That is fun. What are you? Ah, then there. Now the fun things. Under gradient, you find Photoshop. Tell me the name. Your water drop. Blur tool. Oh boy. Blur tool, smudge tool, and sponge tool. Oh boy. These are something that I think most people consider that Photoshop fails a bit. With blur tool, you can... What do you even do? You can kinda... Are you even doing anything? You can little blur the edges of your drawings and blur them, but you could make a... You can make it, but you can use blur settings from filters too, so whatever you like. Then there's the sponge tool. That, as you can see, it kind of makes it like washed out. Makes the colors a bit more washed out a bit. It can be interesting if needed. Well, that's because it's on desaturate, and saturate, it makes the colors more shiny. Saturated. That's the term, Tammy. But one I personally like the most is smudge. Is the... What were you? Smudge tool. Yeah. I don't remember if it's the default, but I have it set it as K as a shortcut. With smudge tool, you can smudge. And this is really nice for doing, or I shouldn't say nice, because the default settings you have are pretty bad, and these can slow down your computer really badly. The bigger your file size is, and so on and so on. But and the default settings for these aren't that good. I mean, but the one thing people don't realize about the blur tool or the smudge tool is that you can use any brush you have as a smudge tool. Like, let's take this default Photoshop grass, and I can smudge it. That actually looks pretty nice. Let's do some green. That's a bad shade of green. Let's make a few different shades of green. Go with the and mix them. It isn't half bad as a background. But yeah, that's the thing about smudge tool. You can use any brush you have made as a smudge tool. And I personally have downloaded a specific brush set to use as a smudging tools. If I can find them again. Here I have smudge. These are meant just for smudging. People can create brushes just for this reason. I have this that makes this lovely soft edges. And usually you just want to tap, just little tappings to get the best results. Yeah. But it's highly recommended that you don't try to do... This is for fine little detail stuff, that you don't try to do huge stuff with it, because at some point it's gonna slow down your computer. But yeah. Smudge tool, I've learned to love it a lot recently. Like, one little thing I really like doing with it is little blushes on cheeks. I make little like this, and then with the smudge tool I make it all soft and fluffy looking. Look at that cute little blush. So yeah, most of the time just tapping is better than dragging when it comes to smudge tool, despite the name. But yeah, be careful if you're doing on the same layer. Usually it's smart to make it its own layer for things you're gonna smudge. And again, with the smudge tool, you can choose modes. You can choose how powerful it is. The bigger the strength, the slower your computer is gonna get. You can choose for it to sample all layers, or finger painting. What the heck is finger painting? Oh, that's interesting. No, we don't want that. Is it like is the idea that it leaves fingerprints, kinda? That's interesting. I think it could have potential if you figure out. But yeah, I've learned to like smudge tool after I learned how to use it properly. So yeah. Then the text tool. And there's the text tool. Normally, I don't think you're gonna find much use for this unless you do comics like I do on Photoshop. But once you have text tool chosen, you can up here you can see all your fonts. You can choose the size and how it lays down, how it goes, the color. Oh, I can write. I swear I can write. But yeah, you can do these funny. If you click the, what is this name? Create warped text. This is where you can make things fun. You can arc the text. You can make it appear like this. And this. Arc again. You can choose the settings. Woo. Now it looks like somebody shouting it. Fish. This can be lots of fun again. But yep, that's a basic text tool. I'm gonna clean up a bit. But like I said, I also have the text tab here, so I can do more. You have more options what you want to do with your text. Like here's where you can find how to turn it bold, italic, and so on. Yeah, pretty simple. Then the pen tool. I'm not gonna get too much into it, but pen tool is here. Pen tool, Photoshop has a pen tool, and it's P for default shortcut. And with this, if you feel like your hand is very shaky and you can't do lines, pen tool is an option. But I think that getting really down with it would require its own tutorial. So maybe some other time, or somebody else can do a tutorial about it. I used to use. There was a time when I used this a lot, but not much these days. I usually use it to make tail, for example, tails. When I have to do like a really long curvy line and I don't want it to shake, I usually use this for tails and stuff like that. But if you feel like your hand is shaky, that's an option. And here's a question: are you using Wacom Cintiq? No, I'm using Intuos Pro. Intuos Pro myself. Cintiq is an option, but it's very expensive. They can cost over, at least in Finland, one of them, cheapest I've seen is 800 euros. And they can usually range from 1,000 euros to 2,000. So definitely not your first pen tablet. I would, if you are unsure about going to digital art and you only want to do it as a hobby, I would recommend Bamboo or Pen and Touch. I don't know what it's called these days, but those only cost about 100 euros in Finland, and Finland is pretty expensive country, so you might get it cheaper in your country. But yeah, I would recommend those as your first Bamboo, first pen tablet. They are small and inexpensive compared to the other ones. But don't be scared. Don't think that bigger is better when it comes to pen tablets, because that's not the case. I used to have the large size pen tablet first, then I moved on to Pro, and I downgraded to medium, and this is just fine. It's more than enough. Even the small is enough. That the smaller size means that you have to do less hand movement. Even a small little move is big thing when you have smaller tablet. And yeah, even the Intuos Medium is pretty big. I mean, maybe next time we do a stream, I can have my webcam on, and you can see how my hands, how my keyboard and tablet are set on my computer, and how I move my hands when I draw. Yeah, but yeah, definitely Cintiq is definitely for professionals. If art is your profession, and even I don't have Cintiq, even though art is my profession. It's very big. It's investment. So yeah, I've been thinking about it, I admit, but it's still 800 euros is big. It's a lot of money. I was considering getting it for a Christmas present, as a Christmas present for myself last year when I got some extra money, but I decided against it because I've used my Intuos Pro for how many years, so I don't know how I would move on to Cintiq. Especially since once I show you my setting, how I draw, it's especially different because I have the keyboard in front of me and my pen tablet is on my right side. Usually people have the pen tablet in front of them, but for some reason I've learned to draw with the pen tablet on my right side and keyboard in front of me, which is interesting, I would say. But yeah, that's the pen tool. Then what are you? You are path selection tool. Related to pen tool, I'd say. Not really needed this time. Then there's the ellipse tool, and under it is rounded rectangle tool, ellipse tool, polygon tool, line tool, and custom shape tool. These are a lot of fun. I'm gonna hide these other drawings for a second. Default short key is U. You can have rectangles. And again, with shift, you can do perfect. You have more rounded edges one. Again, perfect with shift. Ellipse tools for round shapes. Again, with shift, you can do perfect. Then it gets a bit more interesting. With polygon tool, you can, well, it looks like a rectangle. That is because I have 4 sides. You can choose the amount of sides from here. If you choose 3, you can do triangles. If you have 5, you can do these. Let's see, let's put 7. You can choose the amount of sides on your own. Let's put 19. Yeah, then it starts to get more like round. But yeah, that's how you can edit. And this is how you can do diamond shape. Do it, and then with Ctrl T you get the transformation tool and you can make it like this. Try 20. Let's see what we get with 20. It's still a bit like this. Let's try 50. I'm curious. Yeah, it's pretty much round now if you go above that. Then the no, not the custom yet, the line tool. This is just if you want to do perfect lines. With shift, you can do like this, and then yeah, you can edit the weight by here. I have 5 here, but I can like make 40 and it's bigger. Yeah, very simple. Then the fun thing, the custom shape. This is the fun part. You have bunch of default shapes on Photoshop. You can if you click the little gear icon next to it, when you first time open it, it might look like you don't have much, but when you click the little icon here, you can load more from here. You can choose specific or just load them all. I have loaded them all here. I'm pretty sure you can somehow make your own, but I haven't found that yet. But yeah, there's some default speech bubbles here if you want. I don't personally use them. But you can find pretty basic stuff here. You have maybe leaves, puzzle blocks, arrows, animals, paw prints, little pins. And again, you can do them in any shape you want, but with shift you can make them perfect. How do you make speech bubbles? I think I'm gonna talk about that I might have a comic tutorial stream other day. So yeah, you have default speech bubbles here, but I wouldn't recommend using them. You have all the card game shapes, a star, yeah. Yeah, lots of fun stuff here. You can have, yeah, if you're too lazy to make your own basic shapes like these, you can find them here. Or you can, one thing I do like to use is that there are these default things like these, but you can use them as a base and then start doing your own stuff on them, like I don't know what this is, but we did it. And then, yeah, you can start editing them. I don't know what it is, but it's beautiful now. And yes, I was about to say green cherry chart. You can use these as base, do whatever you want with them, and turn them into brushes. Then under this is the move, what are you called? Hand tool. With this, you can grab onto canvas and move around as you please, without actually dragging anything on the canvas. I highly recommend using a space bar for this, because it's the same thing. It's very easy and easy to press while doing stuff. But yeah, that's about it. You can do fit to screen, fill screen, 100%. This is the 100% size of this canvas. You can fit to screen or fill screen. Yeah. And then there is the zoom button. You can zoom in, zoom out. By default the zoom in is Z, zoom. And if you have the zoom button selected and you press Alt, you can zoom out. That's about it. Just click, and it zooms in where you press. That's about it you need to know about zooming. And what are you? Single low marquee tool. Well, there's a lots of stuff under here. Oh boy, yeah, there's lots of random stuff here. You can find magnetic lasso tool, perspective crop tool. Doesn't even work. Slice tool, ruler, note, spot healing, red eye tool. That is mostly used for photos, obviously. Sharpen tool, dodge tool, and burn tool. Ooh boy, these are the old newbie Photoshop tools too. That you can use them wisely if you want, but they can be a bit. I don't know why I'm not getting them to work, but yeah, there's lots of random stuff here that I don't usually use, so. And that's about it. Then there's the colors you have currently selected, but you can also see them here. Yeah. Not sure about that. Oh yeah, if you have, yeah, what they said here. Oh yeah, you can, still about the zoom button. If you just keep the button pressed, you get this zoom, slow zoom. But I personally like using this kind of zooming. And if you have a yeah, if you have Alt or Control space and you do zoom stuff, you can do this kind of zooming very quick. But I usually, personally, I use the navigator tool to get the same effect. But yeah, good to know. Thank you. And then under here is the quick mask tool that I so many times accidentally press. And if I do, I can't do anything. This is again another, if you're like, why aren't I doing anything? Check if you have your quick mask tool on. And what are you? Change screen mode. Yeah, we don't need that. Well, with the screen mode, you can hide your layer settings and stuff like that, and see it on different kind of backgrounds. And I so many times accidentally press it when I need to press G for gradient tool. Okay. All right. Last thing I want to talk about is layers. Layers. Where is that Shrek image when I need it? But yeah, Photoshop. Use layers. How do you Photoshop? So, we're gonna say hello to little kitty and puppy and talk more about the layers again. Actually, I'm gonna start a new canvas. So we are not gonna say hello bye to kitty and puppy. They can stay there. We're gonna create a new file. And whenever you create a new file, you start with basic background that is locked. You can't delete this background. You can draw on it. Why are you zooming like that? I don't like that. I don't know. Because I don't like that, I'm gonna go back to this one. So we are gonna say goodbye. No. Indecisive. Okay, yeah. So yeah, when you start a new file or canvas, by default you have a background layer. You can draw on it and all, but you don't usually want to do your line art. It's a white background and you don't have it on its own layer. So it's recommended to go here down and create a new layer. What is the hotkey or shortcut? There is a shortcut for it, but for some reason I haven't learned that one. So yeah, now we can do line art on its own layer. We're gonna do a new kitty. And we have the kitty on its own layer, and background is its own. It's its own. If you wanna edit the background layer or for some reason get rid of it, double click it, and you can rasterize it. And now it's a normal layer that you can edit any way you like. It's no longer locked. But yeah, under here, under the layers are all you need. Here's the. With this paper icon, you can create more layers. What is the shortcut? There is no shortcut, huh? As quickly as I check. You can make your own if you want, but I'm used to doing these by this way. Oh yeah, create new layer is here. You can delete the layer with the trash can. It always asks you to, if you want to do that. You can also press delete, but it doesn't ask then. You can create folders. This is extremely helpful. When you have line art, you have colors. We have a blue cat here for some reason. You have line art. You have shadows and highlight layer. Yeah, moving all those layers individually can be a bit hard. So you can select all the layers with, again, hold shift and click, and it selects all layers between your selection. And you can move them inside a folder, and you can easily close it, so your layer tab stays clean. And you can easily move the layer around, or the folder selection around. Like, let's say you have multiple things and you want to move one individually. And that is also how you duplicate. Let me quickly move, yeah. If you want to duplicate a layer, or pretty much copy paste, you can of course copy paste, but you can also drag the layer to the create new layer, and it creates a copy of the same layer you just dragged. So yeah, definitely handy. And of course, the important thing you wanna and should do is, if you double click the layer name, you can give it a name. I'm gonna name this line art kitty, or kitty line art. Yay. And under it I could make kitty color. And so I can start coloring under the line art. And this way you actually know what is on what, but like I said, I'm really bad at naming my layers. And so on. But yeah, you have create new folders, create new layers, folders, and then you have this little round thingy. This is where you can get all those nice little filter effects, or no filter, what were the adjustment settings. You can import them in your layer tab as their own layer. Like I can, let's make hue and saturation layer and move it above everything else. Now I can edit the colors. Or I can, let's quickly put some color under the kitty. If I'm like, I'm not sure about the color here, so you can go and do some magic. You can press colorize, and this way it chooses only one color, the exact same color as you are here, choosing from the rainbow. You can make it more saturated or lighter. You can make it more white or darker, and so on. And if you only want to affect the color layer, just move it under the line art, and now it only changes the kitty. Now, why would you wanna? Wasn't there a feature to show some recommended colors for this? I'm not sure about that. But yeah. Why would you wanna use a layer for this when you can go and get it from here too? Here's the thing why you wanna have a layer. Let's say I do it from here. It only affects the layer you have selected. And you're like, yeah, I like this. And it applies it to the layer. Then you go on and do some stuff. And then you are like, no, I didn't like this selection or this color. But now you can't go back. Oops. But when you have it as its own layer, you can always go back and easily always edit it anytime you want. And you can turn it on or off. So that is why it's nice to have the adjustments as their own layers. You can even make them, or I'm gonna talk about that later, but yeah, of one little trick very soon. But yeah, you can many funny little settings you can fool around here, make posterize. But usually the settings I like to use after, excuse me, after you have finished the color picture, I usually like to choose color balance, where I can select the mood color for the picture if I want a colder feel or more warmer palette. This is usually you don't need much, but it can make a huge difference. Here. And you can choose mid-tones, shadow tones, or highlight tones. If you have highlights, it finds the more lighter colors and adjusts them only, and so on. And then I usually put levels where I can make the colors a bit crisp and shinier and stuff like that. Whatever works. Those are usually how I like to end my drawings. If you compare, it kind of looks almost dull here until you put the settings on. Then the fun part, masks. These tend to be something that confuse for new Photoshop users, and they still kinda confuse me. But the basic idea of mask is that if you have a mask on your layer, you can only draw in the mask area. Like now I don't have any settings on the layer. I can draw however I want. But since I put the mask on, you can see there's a white layer next to it. I click the white little box, and I can do only black, white, and gray tones. Now that I have black, I can let's say I do this little rectangle shape on the mask. It only appears here in this little window. And when I go back to the normal layer, you can suddenly see I can only draw in this white area. And where I drew the black mask or the black shape, I can't, any color doesn't appear. It's a little window. Kitty has a little window. And did the stream? No, it didn't. Apparently I'm such a good, I suppose I'm such a good teacher, people just want to listen. Yeah, you can use that for comics. I personally still have my own style. But yeah, that's the basic idea of masks. That is that you have a white canvas, and where you draw black shapes, the actual color can't appear. This can be really nice when you just want to color a specific area or something. You can even, one thing I like to do is that let's say I want to only edit this green area. And make a mask shaped like this green thing. Hold Control and click the window. I'm gonna click the little kitty color window here, and it selects everything that layer has. And then I have the layer selected that I wanna make a mask, and I click the mask, and it automatically creates a mask shaped like the selection I had. And now I can only draw inside this shape. This is very handy when doing coloring, or if you like have a base color and then you want to do other colors in its own layer. Like I could like want to give some red spots for this kitty, and now I can't go outside. But there is an easier way to do this, and that is called clipping mask. Create a new layer above the base color you want to edit, and hold Alt between the layer and between the layers, and you can make it a clipping mask. As you can see, now that this layer is connected to the layer under it, and it works exactly the same. Now I can only draw on anything that appears on the layer under it. This is extremely helpful and very fast way to make mask layers. This is pretty much how I do my shadow layers. I create a clipping mask above my colors, turn it multiply, choose a bit of darkish gray, and this is how I do shadows. I can then erase it and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely times. I don't want to save. That is one thing you wanna learn to do is Ctrl+S. That is a quick shortcut for saving. Learn that. It becomes a second nature to you. You press Ctrl save every few strokes you do. But yeah, that is such a lifesaver way and time-saving way to do shadows. If you don't have clipping mask, it appears like this. Whoop, 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 whoop. Very nice indeed. And you can put multiple layers. Now the line art only appears where there's color, which can result some interesting things. And you can just re-click to broke the clipping mask. Yep. That is usually how I use my masks. But yeah. Clipping mask, but if you need something more specific shaped, you can create your own masks. Which is actually a technique I use when I do my comics to make sure I don't draw outside the panels. Is that I create masks shaped like the panels. But more on that when we do a comic tutorial stream. The last thing is layer styles. This is also where the fun happens. You can press this button down here, or you can double click the layer and it happens automatically. In CC it looks like this, but normally you would have all these options here. But in CC you can choose what you want and you can stock them. You can put multiple strokes if you want. You can put multiple outer close if you want. But in earlier versions you can have only one. But you can always make multiple layers with same settings. But yeah, this is kind of like the filter effects only for layers. You can do bevel. As you can see here, this is kind of like 3D effect. You can do this is nice for doing buttons. If you want to do more 3D button styled. Then you can do strokes. This is how I do my speech bubbles, actually. Very quick. Have a layer with black stroke, and then just do ellipse tools. Boop. You have an automatic stroke under it, and then you can just draw the tail. That is very easy, nice way to do any shaped speech bubbles that you want. And with lasso tool, you can make them even like shouting bubbles if you want. But I'm getting distracted again. But yeah, stroke, inner shadow. These are the inner glow, satin, color overlay, gradient overlay. This is if you want gradient appear only in this layer and so on. This is again something I highly recommend just having fun with and seeing what happens. Good old drop shadow. And so on. You can have lots of fun with these. And then, of course, and before we move on, then there's this little lock or chain icon next to it. That means if you want to make up 2 layers, keep them separated, but when you move one, you always want to move that layer too. So select 2 layers and you can link them with this chain. Now, even if I just move this shadow layer, the other layer that is linked to it follows it anywhere I go. This is really nice. If you don't want to combine the layers, but still want them to always move together, you can link them this way. This is simple. Then, of course, if you right-click the layer, you get lots of options again. You can create the clipping mask here if you don't want to press the Alt. But this is the important part. You can merge down, merge visible, and flatten down. What I use the most is that I use the merge down, and this is how you merge 2 layers together. Now the shadow and color layers are together. You can also flatten image. It means it makes the new big layer that is just a background layer. Or you can choose merge visible, meaning it merges all visible layers together. But I personally use the merge down the most. Then the fun part are the layer styles, or layer these things. This is how you can affect how things appear in that layer. Oh, I didn't mean to do that yet. By default, it's normal, but you can choose dissolve. Everything appears kind of grady like this. Or you can use darker. This means the layer sees what's under it and changes itself depending what's under it. It's kind of like multiply, but not as good in my opinion. Then there's the multiply, which I think it's better than darken. And this is what I use to do shadows. I make a new layer, make it multiply, and then use some sort of colorful grayish tone to make shadows. Color burn does this stuff. Linear burn, also darker color. This is again something you just wanna fool around, go through everything and see what happens. Something works better with something. It's really just trial and error and having fun. But the two usual settings I use are indeed multiply, as we see in this layer, that it multiply for shadows, and then overlay that I use for highlights. I use a very lightish yellow and usually a soft brush, and it appears like this. It can be a lot of fun. And this is also usually, I use that for highlights. But whenever I have whenever I have finished my work, I usually create an overlay layer above everything else and just use that to settle a mood. Like here, I used a yellowish light for some sort of sun feeling, and then cold bluish tone for shadows. It looks really nice. And then one of my other favorite is screen. Not scream, screen. Screen is it's even more intense overlay, I would say. But that is definitely, if you have a scene where like let's say a sun is behind your character, you can use that to create that kind of like it's hurting your eye. The sun is beaming so nice, and you can put that. You can even put that. Now is the time to put that lens flare there. So yeah, those two are my favorite final tweak layers I like to do. Oh boy. There's still lots of... Oh yeah, so much to do, so much to see. There's opacity and fill. You can make the layer opacity as you wish. As you wish, but fill seems to do the same thing. So what is the difference between opacity and fill? Let me show you. Let's go to, I need a layer effect. Let's give a layer effect of stroke to this kitty. It looks horrible, but yeah. If you have a layer effect on your layer, if you do opacity, everything including the layer effect is affected. But if you do fill only what is actually on the layer, or only the normal stuff happens, good English, Tammy. Only what is actually on the layer is affected, and not the layer effect. As you can see, the stroke stays as strong as still is black. But that is the difference between opacity and fill. That took me a long time to figure out. But if you don't have any layer effects, you can use whichever you want. But what if you want the stroke to be more transparent and not the layer stuff? Just go to the layer style and you can find opacity here. And now you can make the stroke lighter, but not affect the thing. What else? I'd say that is everything you need to get started, and I'd say even more that you need to get started on Photoshop or any kind of digital art program. Most of them, all of them are definitely different and have some things that others don't. But usually, the shortcuts for tools are universal, or you can edit them to make them same. And usually, the layer effects, these layer settings, are in every art program, maybe less than in Photoshop, but usually you can find overlay, multiply, and stuff like that in Sai, Fire Alpaca, and GIMP. Yeah. But yeah, and yeah. All right, bye-bye anyone who needs to go. Was there anything else I wanted to talk about? But yeah, I'd say this is definitely everything I wanted to talk about. Most of it, at least. And should be more than enough to get you started. If you are considering getting a Photoshop but are intimidated about getting started with it. And oh boy, this is almost 3 hours. We used almost 3 hours on this. I had no idea this would take me so long. Looked like there was lots of things I wanted to talk about. But yeah, I would finish this stream by doing a little drawing to show what we have learned during this stream. So I'm gonna actually I'm gonna create a new layer. Not new file. A fresh new file. And fresh new file. And we are gonna do a drawing from start to finish. I'm gonna draw an Aipom today from Pokemon series. I'm participating in this little community thing on Deviantart where we are drawing every Pokemon from Generation 2 using a move. So I chose Aipom, and let's go to Pulpapedia. I chose Aipom using Baton Pass move. So we are gonna do that drawing today. It shouldn't take too long. Yay. So get your references. It's not gonna be a big project because we are not doing a background this time. Button pass is a move where you pass your stat changes to your other Pokemon. But yeah, we're gonna finish a drawing and see and use what we learned today. How I usually do start my drawings is that I use some sort of color brush, usually purple, and make it this pressure. So harder I press, the darker the color appears. So, and I usually start with very small size. To get the feel. I'm kind of thinking about a pose where Aipom is like tagging a Pokeball and holding a baton in his hands. Again, I didn't talk much about the transformation tool, but this is a lifesaver. you can select areas in your drawing and edit them. We're gonna have a S shape here. I think this has a quite a funny flow on it. I think the tail could be a little... or I think it could be like this. Yeah, I think this looks fun. But the baton could be a bit different. In a bit different angle so we see it, because that's the main focus of this image. Yeah, we have a nice little flow and shape here. Now I make it a bit bigger and I can sketch with bit more detail here. It really depends how far you wanna go with your sketches. Did I actually? Oh my god, now it... For some reason I had the graphic processor turned off and that's why I couldn't rotate. Wait, what are you complaining? Okay. Excuse. Well, this is interesting. Photoshop is doing whatever it wants. Okay, now I can rotate. Sorry about that. Something went wrong with that file settings. I'm making my sketch a tad bit more clean. I remember back in the 4th generation, Ninjask was a popular button basher, since it has the ability where its speed is boosted automatically after every turn. So people would just use sword dance on first turn, get the speed boost, and then get the heck out of there with the baton pass, and get the sword dance and speed boost to next Pokemon. But yeah. And the important thing, control save. Save often. There has been some times when I've completely forgot to save during the sketching part, and I'm like pretty much done with the sketching. And then I realized I didn't save at all, and oops. But yeah, we are now sketching at the moment. Nothing too special about here. So, how did you guys enjoy this? I hope I was able to teach you something, even though this was very basic. Very basic stuff. Nice, thank you. Learned a lot. Okay, cool. Nice to hear. Even people who veterans were or I would, well, maybe veterans, but even people who have used this, has used Photoshop before, learns a trick or two. Hi, Freddy. We just finished this almost 3-hour Photoshop basics tutorial. And now we are finishing a picture using the tricks we learned today. I'm actually not sure about the feet anymore. Let's finish this. But okay, nice to hear you guys enjoyed this and found it useful. So the next thing is, what do you guys want to learn next week? Do you want me to go in bigger detail about finishing a picture, about the some effects I use on it? In Patreon I got few comments about people asking about doing shadows and doing how I do shadows and highlights and those effects and like that. We could do one stream like that where we look into that. Would animations on Photoshop be too much? Not actually. I could show the basics. Or how I do that. I did a tutorial on that once, but I could actually show it on... show it! Oh yeah, the deerling. It's pretty much what I do all my drawings, but the trick is that the line art is 1 pixel thin, so very small. Then the comic tutorial day would definitely be something I wanna do, because in next month I am planning to give, for Patreons, I'm planning to give out the base PSD files for my comics. So you can see and give some example pages. So, but it would be nice to show. So I would love to show how you are supposed to use that, or how I use that file. So you can expect that in next month. I gotta choose the other feet placement. But yeah, animation would be interesting, definitely. How many days do we have in this month? Saturdays. We have, oh my, we have only two Saturdays. Well, since we lost the first one, I could do the oh yeah, we could do the first day of next month. Also still keep with the tutorial theme. So we can have 3 more tutorial months. Or streams, I mean. So yeah, we could do comic is one I wanna do. Then maybe more advanced painting things you can do maybe. Oh my god, you are right. It's April Fool's Day. We can't do that then. Oh boy. Well, maybe then the comic thing is maybe something I would want to do in one stream. We can decide. And you just became a Patreon. Thank you very much. I'll check. I should have got an email about that, and I will check it right after the stream, and I will send you your rewards. But yeah, I did so. Which generation of Pokemon do you prefer? I love all Pokemon, but the 4th generation is my favorite. I have so many good memories from Sinnoh. Okay, I think this looks nice. Now I can flip the canvas. Flip the canvas and see if there's any mistakes. Yeah, I think this ear is a bit too high, so I can edit. I can edit it a bit down here. Now it looks a bit better. And I think this eye was a bit too big. And with lasso tool, I can move the gaze pupils, so it's looking. And a little shape of the mouth could be a bit. iPhone is such a derp, but I love it. I love it. It has become my recent favorite. I wonder why, because I like monkeys. Obviously, but I only now realized how cute it is actually. Like I said, depending on your style, you can make the sketch cleaner or messier. I think the apalm head should be a bit more squished or shaped like this. Yeah, that's a bit better. I can move this ear a bit more here. Yeah, now it's a bit more apalm looking. Yeah. And the tail could be a bit smaller. Even though it's what we wanna. show in this drawing a lot. Yeah, I like it. And since we are not gonna do a background, I'm resizing the canvas a bit. Yay, we got the sketch. Next, we can line it. So what I like to do is I lower the opacity of the sketch layer, create a new one above it. And we can start doing the lines. Since I would actually like to go with something similar as the Dreamwork art style, very sharp lines and stuff like that, I'm gonna use the elliptical tool here and make a stroke and use this for the head shape. So it's pretty clean. And we're gonna continue from this. I think this music is perfect for the A-palm. I know there's the monkey music from Mario Paint 2. When I draw, the eraser is as important as the brush. I used both to shape my lines. I could technically almost consider using pen tool here because I want very clean, I would like very clean lines. And if somebody missed it, the tool I'm using to rotate my canvas is R. I think this was put in Photoshop in CS5, so it might not be in the older versions, but it's very useful. Hey Tam, do you use lazy Nezumi at all, or just got used to no stabilizer? I always my problem. What is lazy Nezumi? I have no idea. So yes, I don't use any kind of stabilizer when I do my line art. I remember Fire Alpaca and Sai having some sort of line stabilizers, and they were really odd to me because I've learned to have really stable lines on my own. I think I could. Make it. This is one of my. This is how I. This is really nice thing on the transformation tools. Choose warp, and you can edit stuff like this. It's a lot of fun. It's really nice doing little edits like that. It's a program to literally slow down your Photoshop. Oh, I see. I see. No, I don't use anything like that. I've used pretty much vanilla Photoshop as they give it to you. So I've learned to use it like this. But hey, anything that works for you. I think my trick is that I work really big, meaning I can use really big brushes. Because if you use a really thin ones, it's definitely your shaky hand is gonna show. But with bigger brush, you can kind of forgive a bit more, and you can use eraser to edit your lines like I do. I think I could make the ear a bit more thinner like that. Maybe I should have a tutorial stream just for the transformation tool. It's sharper. Yay! That is good. But I did talk about shaky hands then, and that you can use pen tool for that if you feel like you can't draw freehand at all. But apparently there's a program to slow down your Photoshop if you feel like that's what you need. I know very little about stuff like that. What brush do you use to do line art? I use this custom tool brush, inker brush that I bought. That it came through a one brush package. But technically, I'm pretty sure I could use just the most basic Photoshop round digital brush and get almost same result, honestly. And yes, good point, Kahvi. Pen tool is really useful if you only have a mouse. Yeah, you could technically use the basic round Photoshop brush to get almost same lines as I am. But I just like this one for some reason, because it's a bit more... It's not perfect round. And yeah, the reason I can use such a big brushes and stuff like that is because I work so big, and I'm gonna resize the final size of the drawing, something like this, between this and this. So my lines, all the little mistakes I might have in my line disappear mostly. So you don't have to be exactly perfect. Dun, 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 dun. And yeah, depending what you want to achieve with your drawing, use freehand or the tools. Because if you want something that looks like a sticker or industrially made sticker stuff like this, this dream artwork, dream world artwork of iPoem, it's very clean and stuff like that. So in there, using pen tools and such would be beneficial. Yeah, it definitely depends of the way you work. You can make very personal art with the pen tool, because you can edit it so much. You can make it follow brush size and stuff like that, and you can still use eraser to edit the lines to make them more different sided. So yeah. It's honestly, I always say that art should be fun, even if you're a professional. or doing it for a profession, it should be fun. So draw whatever way that is fun and works for you. Use freehand, use pen tool, use stabilizers, whatever, as long as it works for you. Yeah, what is the point of making art? Because art is suffering! I don't know, I don't understand that. To me, art has always been a hobby, and it's kind of still. I still sometimes can't realize that this is actually my profession now. Doing art for a living. And sometimes it's good to turn off the layer to see how your lines are doing. And of course, flip the canvas. I am lucky to being able to do what I love as a job. I won't deny that. And we want the Pokeball to be perfect round. So I used that tool. And now with contract, I make my selection smaller, and I can do the little yay. Though it's not perfect round. Oh well, it's not too bad. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know what is my favorite Pokeball design. You know, actually. I think I have to go with green and go with the netball. But here's a good example how I like using pen tool. Like I said, I like using them to do tails. Yay! So it could be a bit thicker. Let's go with 9. Yay! Then I'm gonna use this no pressure brush to make the baton. With this, no matter how I draw a push, the shape and size is always gonna be same. So it's definitely good for drawing straight lines and shapes like non-living shapes like this, I would say. I think since Ruby and Sapphire, the different walls had different animations. So yeah. We're almost done with the lines. It's nice go down a palm so I have a bit more room. But yeah, secret to making nice lines. Work big, zoom in. I think I could make the tail a bit more. Yeah. And then I'm gonna use the polygonal lasso tool to do these. Because I want them to be perfect sharp. I'm not sure why I'm lining them, but I'm doing it now. Bro. Yay. Let's do the funny little face. Dun, 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 dun. I want it to be perfect round. Yeah, we'll use this. All right, almost done. Now the trademark smile. Indeed, Kahvi. Apom has googly eyes, canonly. Automatically the best Pokemon. Alright, we got the lines done. I still feel like this ear could be a bit lower. Yeah, that looks a bit better. This is again why I like the navigator. In their corner, I can still be zoomed in as much as I want, but I still have this little thumbnail image. And if the image looks nice even as a thumbnail, then you know it's good. Okay. Something is still... Oh yeah, this feet is too big. And I think the head could be bigger compared to the body. Yes. Nice. Good, good, good. A bit smaller, but a bit smaller than the other eye, but not that much smaller. Yes. If it ever looks off, resize. I think the tail could be a bit thicker, considering the hand is so big. Hello, anyone who's late. You're luck this time because I will be uploading, because these are tutorial streams, I will be uploading these to YouTube later. So you can watch the whole thing. If you wanna watch me explain basic Photoshop things for almost 3 hours, you're welcome. Now we're just finishing this simple picture and using stuff we learned today. Or most of it. I kind of personally like drawing the hand a bit different, more like a glove looking. instead of this really thin. Instead of this frog hand, which is surprising considering me, but that I don't like drawing frog hand or a palm, but I like drawing them more like a glove. Is your YouTube channel Tamarin Frog? Yes. I'm sure if you Google YouTube Tamarin Frog, you will find me. Okay. I think the line art is done. I could do a bit shadows like this in the areas I know is gonna be the most darkest. Give it a more dimension. Yay. Okay. Now we have line art and sketch layer. And next I'm gonna create a layer under the line art for color. And this is how I like doing coloring. I choose the color I know is gonna appear the most, and that is gonna be the base. And this time, in this case, it's the purple. I use the wand tool, and I click outside the layers. Now it has everything. It has this area selected, but we want the other. So with Shift Control I invert my selection, and with the shortcut I have done myself, Ctrl W, I use contract selection, and I contract it by 1 pixel. So now you can see it's definitely inside. I could go one more. So the selection is under the line art. And we fill it with Ctrl backspace. And ta-da, we got the basic colors. Most done. How did you contract? Normally it's not a hotkey setting, so you normally find it under select and there's modify and contract. I recommend doing your own custom shortcut for contract and expand. And yes, I think I have only 8 videos on my YouTube channel because I mostly use it to follow other people, but recently I've been doing little let's plays with my boyfriend there, the Earthbound stream, for example. But I don't usually save my art streams there because of lots of music I play in the background. Can't find your pic about human winter and climb with the bat in your cave. It's not in the Cafe Kademari blog, it's in my personal art blog, searching for banana flies. I don't think I'm gonna upload any more my personal art on that is related to Splatoon to my cafe blog, so if you wanna see that, you gotta check the personal art blog. I'm pretty sure that even if you upload videos as private, you can get some notification, some stupid stuff from them. They can find them even if they're private. Yeah, I think they will copyright strike private videos even. And happy to hear that the contract selections is in Fire Alpaca too. That's nice. But yeah, now we have the base color here. And one thing I forgot to actually teach previously is that lock transparent pixels button here. When I click it, it locks this layer, and no matter where I draw, I can only draw here where there is already stuff. So that's how I like to do that. So now now that it's locked, I can easily color these. But as you can see, I like using this wand selection with Shift, hold it down. I can click multiple areas, and then I use expand selection by 2 pixels, and boom, fill. Oh, I forgot this hand. Very simple. And then we just need white for these. Boom. Then we need the classic Pokeball color. No, not image search. I want the article about, not Pokemon, Pokeball. Yeah, I want this anime color. And actually, as you can see, oh, I mean the full screen. As you can see here, it's not perfectly round. I could do the same for mine here, so I can just easily erase and do like this. Yeah. Small edits like these can make a big difference. Yeah, that's a bit more interesting. But we gotta erase. Yes. And I think the button bass in most game animation is just a red. Like this. But we could use the same red as the Pokeball to have some consistency. And what goes well with purple? Orange or yellow. So we can a bit more reddish yellow. Think actually, do we wanna? No, I actually like them with the lines. So with the polygon, I'm gonna do a little tap thing here too. Or no. Let's do stroke layer. We can edit the button pass soon. What do we want to write? Tap. That is how I like to do sound effects on my comics too. Let's see, can I... Not sure if I want gradients like that too much. Let's make the stroke a bit bigger. Yes. Yay! I can move this a bit further away from here. I can even maybe do the third one here. Hey. I don't know, I like the green here for some reason. Try yellow. I don't know. The green is such an odd color here that it stands out. And I like that, it stands out. We could try green here too. But I don't know. Or do we even want these? No, I think we could use them. Yeah. I don't know, there's a nice warm colors here, then there's the striking green tap here that I like. Yeah. And there isn't gonna be any background, so we can remove it now. Next we're gonna do a shadow layer, so I'm gonna change it to multiply. And I'd say purplish gray would be fine here. Or no, little pinkish, because I want a little redder. Yeah, this looks nice, but it doesn't look nice there. You could always just use different... Okay, this is one. You could always just use different shadow color on different color. But I'm too lazy to switch. When in doubt, purple shadows, indeed. And we're gonna use very minimalistic shadows because I kind of want this to have the kind of like sticker comic book feel. I don't know. Shadows only where it is absolutely necessary. And as you can see, I even use the wand tool when doing my shadows to select areas. It's very useful. Next, we are gonna do highlights. Very safe highlights. So overlay with a very... How long is the Mario Paint track? It's on loop. It's 30 minutes long, but it's on a constant loop. We're gonna use this stuff and do very simple highlights. Well, that is kind of a bit of like... I'm not even sure if I want them in those. Nice. Now, here's an important question I gotta ask myself. Do I want to do colored lines or give it a stroke? So it has even more kind of sticker style. Yeah, the sticker is what I went after for. But yeah. But for test, I wanna try colored lines a bit. So I made a clipping mask that appears on the, or affects only the line art. So I'm gonna take a lighter shade. No. So in areas where there would be highlights, I would lighten the line. But no, I'm not. Yeah, no, let's not do that. It can work in certain works, but not here what we were after. Also, I forgot. I go back to normal for a second, and back to overlay, and then getting a little light here. I'm gonna do a little shadow here. Yes. And I think I'm gonna edit the stroke a bit. Let's try 10. Yeah, 10 is fine. And with that, it's done. And we're gonna create one last layer. Put signature in. Gonna put it in, let's say, here. Or actually, we could put it inside somewhere in the We're gonna put it here. I could, since this is kind of supposed to be look of only official colors and stuff like that, I think I'm gonna leave it here, but usually at this part I would make the overlay layer and use the gradient tool to do stuff like this. Only problem is that it should it should have a white background or be a clipping layer like this. But I don't know. I kind of like the very stylized coloring, no gradients, being extremely cell shady. I kind of like it this way. Actually, oh no, I'm getting a little idea here. Actually, hang it. Bear with me, guys. I got an idea. Since the whole point of Baton Bass is passing down upgraded stats, I think maybe arrows, because usually the stat changes are in RPGs are depicted as upgoing arrows. So we could have little arrows around the whoa. Didn't mean to do that. Around the baton. Whoa. The substitute doll would be funny, but I think I would have to. I would have to redo. Copy. Nope. Copy, remove, and paste. Wait, let's keep them on their own layer above everything. And we just copy layer style and paste the layer style here. But now I just wonder, should the arrows be also green? Because usually the positive stat changes are green. Also, one thing I kind of want to do, maybe. Nah, it's fine. Yellow with the... Now it would be the same. Yeah, I like the arrows more. Depict the point of button pass. Substitute doll would have been cute, but yeah. And with that, I think we're done. One thing I could still do though, I wouldn't do the gradients or the overlay layer this time, but I could do the color balance. Make it a bit... Yeah, I like this one. And then levels. Make it more... Make the colors stronger. Yeah. It's a small but very effective change. And with that, we are done. Today's stream. Almost 4 hours of hopefully good information and a little drawing we did to show little of the things we learned today. So yeah. Next week we could do a more complicated drawing from start to finish, or do little comic, how to do comics in Photoshop. So probably between those two. I might save the animation for other time because I have already done a written tutorial about that. And that is a thing. I would like to do more written tutorial. I would like to do also written tutorials during this month. So Patreons, feel more than free to go on my Patreon and comment what do you want me to do at written tutorials about. I've already done a few tutorials on my Tumblr blog that I never documented on Deviantart, including the animation tutorial. But yeah, maybe next week we will do a comic or move on to more complicated drawing with an actual background elements and stuff like that. But I don't know. I have finished drawings on stream before, but maybe this time I would actually talk about what I'm doing. Or next time it's free for all. Or how about this, guys? Next week we are gonna do comic day. I'm gonna show how my PSD files for the comics work and how I do how to do little tricks with the comic, with how to do comics easily in Photoshop. And then we are gonna have a free for all. You guys can during the stream ask me anything, and I can show you on live how to do things, how I do them, of course. So yeah, you can ask me pretty much anything. I mean, I've had some quick... whenever I've had my art streams, I would stop what I was doing and explain something to people. But this time we could actually dedicate a stream for that. So yeah, that sounds fun. So let's do that. Next week we're gonna talk about making comics in Photoshop, and after that it's anything you want. And I'll show from the best of my ability. So yes, thank you everybody for joining and listening what I had to say. And if you this should be uploaded to YouTube later, so see you later. Bye bye.